just saw a meme about this. Hello. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Of course, I managed to hit all the buttons except for the unmute button. I should set a thing on my controller for that. Thank you, Standing. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hope you're having a good Choomsday. Happy mid-May. Hope you're all getting some good timing. Doing something fun, getting some rest, doing something for yourself. I'm not having a very good week. Sunday was a lot of fun. Sunday I went on a really nice bike ride. Putting AI in charge of the stream. No. Absolutely not. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so Sunday was really nice bike ride. When I started out, I thought it might rain, like it was very overcast, and then as I got out, it warmed up a bit, the clouds parted, it was a very beautiful day. I almost swallowed a bug, so that part wasn't great, but aside from everything, hello Mage! Happy Choomsday. Yes, certainly, if you're feeling tired, you should get some sleep. As it comes, do not fight it. Embrace the comfy of the bed. Well, I appreciate you popping in, saying hello. It's good to see you. Yes, it is. I suppose it is indeed bug season. So, I don't know. When you're staring slack-jawed at the beauty of nature, going at like 15 miles an hour, something is bound to happen, and it did. But I think the bug was just as freaked out as I was, so it was kind of a 0 out of 10 experience all around. But aside from that little incident, it was nice. It was a good time. And then yeah, the last couple of days work has just been a bear. I have not enjoyed it. I have not enjoyed my time, and frankly, I'm counting the days until it is over. But I don't know. It's what it is, right? I had some pizza earlier. Felt a little better, did a little drawing, warm up for the stream, so. And now, I'm gonna hang out with the chums. We're gonna work on some art. I think it'll be a pretty good time overall. I think it'll be a good way to sort of balance out the cortisol levels, and that is one thing. I've been seeing a lot of the low cortisol memes, which, are very charming and relaxed and everything. And I looked at one point, because I was like, okay, what is cortisol? And it turns out, like many chemicals in the body, cortisol is used by the body for a lot of things, including stress. It is one of the stress hormones. It's true. But the page that I was reading through is like, yeah, here are the symptoms of high cortisol. And here are the symptoms of low cortisol. So it's like, you don't want to be low cortisol. That's bad too. You want to be nice and in the middle. You want to have a good balance of it. And everyone's like, no, just crank it all the way down. It's like, don't do that. That has symptoms of its own. Turns out the body expects there to be some. It's not a lot. Our attack of a text earlier from Mom said, SOS, call me. Apparently Aunt was brought to the ER because of very noticeable heart palpitation. Oh no. Well, I hope she's okay. But that's very scary. It's good that she went to get checked out though. I hope she's alright. Yeah, I was very stressed out by the end of the day. I was just like, I was in a terrible mood, but I'm doing a little bit better now. I do think I'm probably, especially if the week continues the way that it has been, I am not going to have the brain power to do game dev stuff on Thursday. So I think it's good that we have an alternative plan for Thursday, something that'll be a little bit easier going, and hopefully Star Citizen will be kind. It probably won't be, but we'll see. We'll see. Interesting little tidbit on that point, though. So the thank you for the headbats. The my brain is already mush, but we'll carry on. So the economy in the game has been out of whack for a while, right? The everyone just has absurd amounts of money, like billions of credits. I think some people that have really exploited the system have even gotten up to like trillions of credits. And you know, like it just completely skews everything, right? So 4.8, the new patch, is dropping tomorrow, a day ahead of the free fly period and the ship festival. And with the arrival of the patch, they call it a partial wipe. It's a near total wipe. So all of your equipment, all of your resources, all of your consumables, all of the ships that have been bought in game are getting deleted, right? You are getting reset back to a near fresh start state. So the only thing that people will have are ships and like collectible items and whatnot that they have like earned through events or purchased through real money. Ships that have been unlocked through the special vendor, and blueprints that have been unlocked. So it's effectively a fresh start, right? There's a few things that people will be able to keep, but it is the small minority. And for me, I have only bought my starter ship to get access to the game. So pretty much my entire fleet is gonna get deleted. I'm like, you know what? Fine. Just whatever. Fresh start. We'll work our way back up. Maybe try some different ships this time and see if I like those early or like them more. But we'll see. I'm honestly not that bothered by it. Some form of arrhythmia. The whole time I'm trying to figure out, Mom was trying to keep the exact cause. My grandmother and just quietly arguing. Yeah, that's oof. Well, hopefully they can get it under control. So yeah, I was a little surprised, but we did kind of know that a wipe was going to happen at some point, just to sort of rebalance things. And it's hard to sort of gauge like how much something should cost when everyone just has such an obscene amount of money that any amount of like money sink that you implement is trivial to the majority of the player base, right? So some sort of economy reset was bound to happen, and it's like, okay, yeah, that's fine. It just happens to be happening now. So yeah, we'll do that and then probably check out the game for a little while, maybe do some art afterwards. But yeah, I don't know. I just need to decompress for a little bit because I don't even know how to like describe the frustration with work. It's just like someone decided that we were going to have a deadline. I don't feel like they consulted with anyone before they said it. And just everyone down the chain has to figure out how that works. Meanwhile, we're getting feedback. It's like, you guys realize we have like less than 3 days to finish everything and turn it in, right? Why are we iterating on stuff like it's business as usual? So it's been a not fun couple of frankly weeks, but you know, the closer we get it, probably trying to push it out because doors shut. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like someone is saying this is when this needs to happen and we're just gonna do it. And it's like you realize that's not gonna work. But I don't know, of course you rush things and you make mistakes and the it gets ugly, right? It's I don't know. I don't know. But a couple more weeks is not gonna be my problem, right? I'm honestly looking forward to it at this point. Um, yeah, it'll be summer. I did get a little bit more work done on the model. I still haven't worked on the mouth at all, like I was planning to. I think that's probably going to be a next weekend type of deal. But the new outfit is coming along pretty well. I'm pretty happy. That one took a little while to sort of figure out the right feel for it, like getting the fabric and everything to sort of have the right weight. But it's getting there. I'm starting to feel better about it. Russian people are living soon is just begging for shoddy work and cookwear. Yeah, no kidding. Like, okay, well, you know, it's that old three options pick two. It's like you can have something done quickly, well, or cheaply. So if you want it done quickly and well, it's gonna be expensive. If you want it done quickly and cheap, it's gonna be shit. And if you want it done well and cheap, it's gonna be really slow. And it's like you are making a choice here. Right. It's like, what is the consequence of doing a bad job here? You're gonna fire us? Wait. I'm like, you know, I take pride in my work. I'm not gonna like half-ass it, but at a certain point, as one of my coworkers put it, like it's just not worth stressing about. So yeah, I worked a little late yesterday, I worked a little late today, and I'm just kind of like, I'm not doing that anymore. I will get done what I get done within my hours, and I'm not gonna do more than that because what's the consequence? You know, I guess technically they could fire me early, but fuck it. If they want to go that way, they go that way. Um, I don't know. I want to bitch about work. It doesn't deserve the brain space. And the really sad thing, I will say this though, the really sad thing, and I have mentioned, I am glad I don't actually work on Star Citizen because I feel like they must be just under the gun like this all the time, right? With the community yelling at them and the deadlines constantly looming. It must be so stressful to be there. And clearly, you know, they enjoy their work and they take pride in it, but that only gets you so far when you're like dealing with those conditions. Um, you know, as much as I am certainly upset right now, you know, the client that I've worked with has been very good for the most part, right? We have generally had like a very reasonable schedule that we haven't had to do crunch or even overtime. Like the most that we ever have is occasionally people have to, you know, stick around for like an extra half hour or an hour just to see something over the finish line, which for the game industry is frankly really good. And when I say every so often, it's like maybe once a year. It's good. It has been good, and they have, you know, respected us as outsource workers. They still treat us as part of the team, which I really appreciate. They don't just like throw a task at us and say dance monkey. So, you know, I don't get the impression of them just like deciding to do that now. For some reason, I think it is really just kind of everyone is stressed, and there's not really anything that can be done about it. We just have to sort of, again, make it work. Really, it's whoever's at the top, you know. And the orders come down, but the communication doesn't go back up. But I don't know. It's what it is. It is the situation. Been playing a little bit more Deadlock. I started solo queuing Deadlock, which is like, oh, okay, I'm into this. Like, it's one thing when it's a social game and, you know, it's like, all right, you know, hop on Discord, hop on Deadlock, we'll play a couple of games and shoot the shit and just have a good time. But when I'm actually like matchmaking on my own just to get some practice in and like mess with my builds and, you know, improve on my farming and movement tech and all that, it's like, oh, I'm like in on this game. It's been going pretty well. You know, I was saying the other day, I feel like the only games that I really don't enjoy are the games that I don't get to play, right? Like, I'm just constantly getting hunted down by the enemy team, I'm getting locked down, I'm falling behind in farms, so I'm not getting my items, I'm not keeping up with the power level, and I just don't get to play, right? Like, if it's a close game, if I'm playing, but it's just, you know, a few mistakes, excuse me, get made and we, you know, lose the game because of that, or, you know, we have some back and forth but ultimately lose, I find I still enjoy those. Like, I can still be sort of satisfied with my own performance of the game. It just didn't go our way. And the last few games I feel like have gone really well. The last game we played last night, I didn't die. It was like, actually I took a screenshot of it. How'd I do? I went 6 kills, 0 deaths, and 24 assists on Paige, who, for those of you who know, is like not an aggressive character. She can have some pretty high damage output, but she's not like an initiator. She is not a frontliner, but, you know, I feel like I had just gotten really good at sort of understanding how to put myself on the map so that I was like never in a position to be jumped on, and they never found me. There were definitely a few times where there were like enemies nearby and I just like went the right way and they just lost me, and I'm like, I'm learning. So yeah, I'm enjoying that game a lot, more than I would have expected, because I tried playing Dota a few times and I just never really got into it that much. I played the tutorial of League at one point, and I think I played like one game and went, I don't like this, and I just closed it and never opened it again. So yeah, like I tried out Deadlock because I'm like, oh, this is interesting, and it seems adjacent enough to MOBAs but still like distinct that I could give it a try. I tried it way back in like 24 when it was very early on. Like, it had maybe a dozen characters, maybe, and a lot of it was much more placeholder. But I think it has developed really well. I'm definitely like interested to play more of it. I did save one of the, it's sort of like a pickup pro tournament scene. It's not like properly organized or anything. There's not seasons or anything. It's just like, yeah, we put together tournaments periodically and we have a little cash prize, and you know, a few teams just sign up and participate. So, you know, it's sort of the best players in the scene right now, but it's nowhere near like what Dota organizes. It's not even remotely close. But yeah, I'm really interested just to see how like professional Deadlock plays compared to the level that we're at. You know, the people that have really put in the time to understand the movement tech and like the maximizing player abilities and item synergy and all of that. Because I feel like it's just going to be a completely different looking game. You know, with Dota, everyone right clicks, right? Everyone sort of has the same movement tech of, you know, move the character over here by right clicking on the map, and you know, attack this character by right clicking on it. And you can get really smart and clever about like spamming your right click to sort of offset your auto attack to time the actual hit exactly when you want it to. But like, it's still the same movement that a scrub playing for the first time and a Dota international participant is going to be operating through, right? Whereas with Deadlock, it's a third-person shooter. And it's a third-person shooter built in the Source engine, which, if you guys have seen Source games, there's some jank shit in that engine. And rather than try and fix it, they have just turned it into game features. So, you know, there's sliding down ledges, there's jumping off of walls, there's like catapulting over ledges that if you like hit the slide button as you're clambering over a ledge, it'll rocket you forward. There's weird things where you can get like big gravity assists if you jump off of a ledge at the right time, or depending on like how you come off of a zip line, you can get additional travel time through the air. It's just like, so, you know, if you learn all of those things, the speed that you're going to be able to move around the map is going to be way faster than people in my level that are just kind of walking. So yeah, I'm very curious just to sort of see like what the difference in the game is going to look like. But it's fun. It's fun. I still haven't been back to Marathon. I did install it and I opened it and it told me that it wanted to install a kernel anti-cheat, and I'm like, no. So I don't want to do that. I really don't. It's not so much that I think the kernel anti-cheat is going to be like spying on me. It's more, I don't like that there is a program that is operating at a kernel level on my computer, because if something else is able to worm its way into that, right? If there is a vulnerability that someone figures out how to exploit, then they just have full run of my computer. Exactly, it's another vulnerability. Like it has the risk of being a backdoor into my computer, which I'm just like, no, you don't get to do that. So I don't know. I'm interested in Marathon, and you know, credit to them. They actually seem to have done a pretty good job of carving out a comfortable section of the extraction shooter player base for themselves, right? People seem to be enjoying it, at least as far as extraction shooter enthusiasts go. You know, it is very sweaty, it is very competitive. I guess they put out like a raid sort of content, the cryo archive, which apparently is quite hard. Like, it is quite involved mechanically, but it is fun. People seem to be having a good time with it, you know, if you are on board with the game. So, you know, genuinely good for them. I think the unrealistic expectation was that Marathon is going to like draw in Call of Duty audiences, right? Like the numbers of a mass market appealing game like Fortnite or something. It's like it's an extraction shooter. None of them do that. You know, Arc Raiders is the closest that an extraction shooter has gotten to mass market appeal, and it still wasn't that big, right? And you know, I'm not saying, I'm not bringing this up as it being a qualifier for the quality of the game. But obviously there are people that are putting certain monetary expectations on how the game is going to do, and it's like, yeah, this was never going to do the thing that you wanted, but your expectations were unrealistic. I got some chocolate to feel better. It's warm enough in my room that it's already getting soft. It was in the fridge. It was like cold hard. And now it's already like warm and bendy. It's not even that hot in here. I do have the fan on me, so maybe that's helping more than I think it is. I don't know. What do you say we get started on the artwork? What do you say we get working on this Monkey and Grimoline? And then we can keep happening. But this here art ain't gonna draw itself. There we go. Alright. Switch over. Look at that boy. Look at that smiling boy. Looks far less like a homunculus now. I'm going to do one thing. So I want to focus right now on mouse. Because a lot of what we sort of did to like bring out the volumes and tones of Connor's face last time, I want to do the same thing for her. And I want to spend some time on her hair because that's still in the sketch phase. But before we go over there, what I want to do is I realized his chin is too narrow. So I just want to sort of sketch out a wider base for his chin, and then we'll come in and refine it later. But I think that'll sort of help get some a better overall shape, right? See, that already feels a bit better. But yeah, let's focus on Miss Meows for right now. I did watch Mouse's performance at the Fall Fantasy Fan Fest. I thought it was pretty good. I enjoyed it. I will say, and you know, this is purely personal preference, but I am really impressed with her operatic singing. Her pop singing is okay. It's not bad, it's just not really like my thing. But I really love her operatic singing. And I would love, again, personally, if she had picked one of the like more sort of songs of that nature that is it Amanda? Yeah. had done for 14. I would have really loved to hear that. She did hit a couple of those notes, particularly in Return to Oblivion. But I would have just enjoyed hearing like one of the full songs of that style. I think I just need to. Actually, this will probably work. Yeah. Yeah, I was playing Deadlock with the fellas last night, and I guess it would have been around 9 o'clock or so. Um, you know, I was where we were in a game. The game was not going well, and the power went out. And like right after the power went out, like I don't know, maybe a couple seconds, I had the window open and I hear this distant boom of some kind. And then like maybe 10 seconds later, so the power came back on. Like it was enough to, you know, sort of shut everything down. My power supply flipped over to battery. And then it all came back on in just a little bit. So, you know, I sort of ran around to try and sort of reconnect the internet, get it all up and running, and get back into the game. Apparently, I was gone for long enough that everyone just kind of took the opportunity and quit because the game wasn't going very well anyway. I was like, yeah, we're not sticking around if we have an easy out. Um and then, you know, I checked the power website. The what would you power company, there's the term. I checked in a little bit after that and, you know, checked the outage map. It was like, oh yeah, right nearby there's like a big outage zone that had something like 1,200 people affected or something. So my guess is a transformer exploded. There go them transformers always exploding. You never know with them transformers. Might just decide to go one day. And then, yeah, there was a very brief blip a little bit later, like not even long enough to have knocked out the power in my room, but enough to have reset the internet again. It's like, thank you. Very, very cool. Yeah, thankfully, no worse for wear. I am, I am reminded that I'm glad I have the uninterrupted power supply. I highly recommend them. You know, it is not enough to run the computer off of for an extended period of time, but it gives, you know, a few minutes to, you know, like in that situation, see if the power comes back, and if it doesn't, you know, safely shut the computer down, save all your work. Make sure that you don't suffer a catastrophic system failure. Mostly been focusing on the hair. Let's focus on the face for a minute. A little bit here. Yeah, so see, like the nose here is very flat. But, you know, sure, anime character, flat nose, typical, but still gonna give some semblance of volume. You know, I was watching Jen earlier, and we were talking for a little bit on her stream about like public transit and the lack thereof. I feel like I don't know. I just feel like it is so necessary. Especially with the way things are right now, gas being so expensive. It's just like I I almost dread having to use my car and use up more of the tank. I'm just like, I really don't want to. Do I have to? If I can take my bike, in most cases I would prefer to, just because, you know, it's more chill. Yeah, it takes longer, but it costs less in the way of resources, in the way of money. I get a little outside time. You know, one of my plans is basically to take the bus over. I have to drop my computer off, my work machine. So I'm my plan is basically just to take the bus over to where the where I have to drop it off. And then just kind of walk around for a while. Just kind of take a chill day. And then take the bus home. You know, now they recently made a new extension so I can take the train all the way to the city. Which is very cool. I have not done it yet, but it is definitely something that I want to do. Probably one of the adventures that I do early on next month. I have so much planned for the summer. I'm not going to be able to get to all of it, I don't think. It's like there'll finally be time to do things. There we go. I was thinking I need to make a schedule for the summer, because I think it'll be really easy to just sort of fall into a habit of, picking at work a little bit day over day, sort of alternating between, draw for a little bit, play video games, draw for a little bit, read, draw for a little bit, ride my bike. And it's like, no, I should set out blocks of like, today I'm gonna work on this project, right? I'm going to like make significant progress, or at least put significant effort into X task, right? Whether it's working on pages or working on the model, getting set up for its debut, whatever the case may be. It's like actually focused development, focused work on whatever it is I want to do. I think, if I'm sort of embracing a period of being self-employed, shall we say, then I need to still treat it like proper employment, right? I need to have that work schedule established for myself. I don't need necessarily to get into it right away, right? I'm gonna allow myself a little bit of grace and rest period, but it's definitely not something that I can allow to continue indefinitely, because it will definitely just sort of turn into sloth otherwise. There we go. I keep bouncing back to Mouse's hair instead of focusing on the face, just because there's so much of it. He's got a lot of hair. It's very pretty. Very pretty hair. I'm actually gonna pull a little bit of purple into here, just to sort of get some of that color turn that she has on her model. I'll play with that more later. So I didn't realize, but I linked that new song by The Midnight that they did with Avantis. It was sort of like the big announcement, excitement, hype building thing for their Neon Odyssey, the D&D module that they're making. I started watching, or I was watching a video of them sort of talking about what the video was about, and sort of their reactions to it. And I did not realize until they started talking about it that the video is essentially sort of recapping the campaign that they did that sort of evolved into Neon Odyssey. I was like, oh, okay, wait, so which game was this? Which campaign was this? So I started watching Stardust Rhapsody, which is the campaign in question. as with all D&D podcasts, I'm watching it very slowly, and I'm only about halfway through the first episode of 16. Well, I say 16. It's 16 in the first season, which I'm pretty sure is as far as the music video gets through, right? So, I don't know. It's interesting so far. It's very humorous. It's a good group. You know, I've watched some of Avantis's like animated shorts and whatnot in the past, so I know they're a funny group. I do almost wish, especially with the look of the music video, that it could get like a critical role treatment, that it gets made into a full animated series. But I don't know. Knights of the Light Table is a really talented group. I don't know how they would do with like a full production piece, you know? Everything I've seen them do has been like music videos and whatnot. And they're really good. But, you know, it is a different animal to do like a 5-minute video as opposed to 10 30-minute episodes, you know? It's the whole challenge of having a budget for a movie as opposed to a budget for a TV show. So like if you have the same amount of money but you have to spread it over 23 hours instead of 2, then each hour of runtime is going to get significantly less to play with. But yeah, on my part, you know, I've got all the various YouTube channels I watch, the streamers that I watch. I still haven't watched Witch Hat Atelier for this week because what happened yesterday? I think I was gonna watch it yesterday, but I had a call with my mama, and you know, Jin was streaming, and by the time all that was over and done with, was like, yeah, I'm just gonna save it for later. 'Cause, you know, it's one of those things I like to like watch with dinner. And it's like, well, it doesn't line up anymore. It was nice, you know, catching up with my mama and talking with her about stuff. Which way? This doesn't really have a spiral fluting. It just kind of has levels. And I saw a thing the other day. I guess Twitch sort of, what they do exactly? They put more, or they like sort of revise the Twitch bits use agreement to sort of clarify some things, right? And it was like, you know, I feel like they didn't actually change anything. I think they just sort of made it much more clear, like, these are the things that you can use bits for. These are the things that you cannot. Stop using bits for these things. And you guys know I am not like gonna go to bat for Twitch. But after actually like reading through it, I don't think I totally understand what I think they were going with, right? Because basically what they said is bits are not legal tender, right? They're a token, like you would do at an arcade or something, right? You put money in, you get tokens, you can use the tokens to play games, right? But you wouldn't go to an arcade. I realize I'm dating myself here, but you know what? There are still arcades, right? Pocket bits! Mage, thank you for the 70 pocket bits. Unfortunately, you cannot get a t-shirt. No t-shirts, no dinner dates. So see, stuff like that though. Mage throws bits. Bits get thrown at me. That is a service, right? That is an augmentation of the stream. It is something that interacts with the stream. That is reasonable to do. And there was some question about stuff like crowd control, of using bits to buy the crowd control tokens to then, you know, do the crowd control interactions. That is legal because that is like there's an extra conversion step in there, but it is still applying the token to something that is used on the stream, right? It is still augmenting the stream experience. What they don't want is, here's 5,000 bits, now I get merch. Or here's 22,000 bits, now you will make art for me. Or I think like dinner dates was an example that was provided. It was like, I didn't know people were doing that. That's a little weird and super parasocial. But you know, you get the point of like, they don't want it being used as a form of tender, because I think that would open up the bits to a lot of scrutiny on like a financial level. So they're like, don't do that. Again, it's like if you went to an arcade and you put money in and then you got arcade tokens and then you left the arcade and sold them to other people or used them in place of regular money. Right now there is like a fiat value to the token, and they don't want that happening with bits. So I get it. Like the knee-jerk reaction was Twitch fucked with shit again, but I think this was actually like a very reasonable thing of just saying, hey, stop using bits like money. That's not what they're for. Yeah, it's rare. I think Twitch actually was like fine in this instance. I know, it's weird, but broken clocks are right twice a day, as they say. Even digital clocks, because they'll just flash 12, which is still right twice a day. I suppose they could flash like 4 8s in a row, which would not be correct, but hey, Atisha. Happy Choomsday. Art's going okay. Kind of going a little slow today. It's a very low energy, chill from stress sort of day, but it's going. How are you? How's your week going so far? So this model of mouse, like, very distinctly has a snaggletooth, but it's like merged into the lip. And so I'm trying to figure out how to like balance that. Like even the full size model, she opens her mouth and like the snaggletooth is still part of the lip, even when you can see the teeth behind it. It doesn't like correct to be a fang. It's kind of silly looking, but you know what? I'm here for it. Productive to be with less thunder. See, I don't mind thunder, but I do agree, like, thunder has a risk of power outages and such. And that part I don't enjoy. I'm stressed. Work's been a butt. I'm not enjoying it. Not having a good time. TBH. Gotta balance out my cortisol levels. Chocolate helps that. Little chocolate, little tea, little chilling out with the tunes. Tends to make things better. You got a new patch tomorrow, which hopefully will go smoothly. They have committed to it coming out tomorrow, which again, like for all of my lightning strike 5 times though. Hopefully not in the same spot. Well, stay safe, don't carry an umbrella. In the same spot. Rock this rock in particular. I don't know, whatever was hitting. Maybe it was a fish. Let's make this ear a little bit bigger. Yeah, I've been hearing a little bit in the periphery about some various streamer dramas going on, and I honestly have just not bothered to look into it anymore. Because I'm just like, I don't actually care that much. I don't know. People want to have drama, they can have drama. I'm not here for it. Yeah, someone saw Zeus saw a gnome, was like, fuck that. Not today, you little shit. Let's just level this out. I don't know. Sometimes I enjoy some good tea, but I think one of the things that is like a lot less fun with drama. So this is an interesting sort of thing to me, I think. With celebrities, and I'm not saying that this is good, I'm not saying that this is acceptable, but I'm saying I feel like there's sort of a level of perception, right? I think for whatever reason, generally for worse, celebrities are sort of treated as characters, and so the drama that happens around them is almost sort of treated like part of the entertainment that the celebrities provide. Right? Again, I don't think that's good. I feel like that's part of what happens, right? Whereas with streamers, you know, a lot of times the streamers are not necessarily trying to put on personas in the same way. Like, the streamers are just kind of people that are doing things on the internet. And for me, I think that really sort of makes it really sort of reinforces the fact that, like, drama is people's lives, right? These are things that are happening to people, and yeah, sometimes people do stupid or scummy things and sort of deserve to a degree to get, you know, their comeuppance. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, but this is also their business to resolve, and it's not my entertainment to consume, right? It is not something for me to pay attention to or be concerned with. I was in a chat at one point, you know, I've got the cyclothon badge on, and somebody noticed it and commented on it, and I was like, hell yeah. And then they tried to, like, tell me some drama about Connor. I just didn't respond because I'm just like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I really don't care. It felt like someone was trying to push something. I'm just like, yeah, you can go deal with that on your own. I'm not interested. But some people just live for drama, and I'm like, I don't feel like that's healthy. You know, there's a difference between being aware of the room, I guess you might say, and just like chewing it up, right? Just consuming all the drama, drinking all the tea, checking out all the hot goss. The only goss I want to know is goss cannons. That was really dumb. I'm sorry. Oh, did you know? No. No, I did not. I was too busy enjoying these excellent memes. Top quality, in fact. I feel like life will bring more than enough drama on, so don't need to go live it. It's true. It's so true. There is enough going on a day-to-day basis. I don't I don't need to go sniffing out more crazy shit and be like, "Oh, what's the internet up to today? Oh my god." Never mind. I'm good. Take me back to the meme zone. I feel like we need to have someone in a Discord the other day said basically whoever developed the infinite scrolling function, fuck you. I feel like we need the opposite. I feel like we need something where like if you scroll for long enough, the website like stops scrolling and brings up a little pop-up of just like, hey buddy, it looks like it looks like you've gone through about 8 pages worth of content. Maybe you should take a break. Go check something else out. Go for a little walk. You know, put a little perspective. You can come back later. We'll still be here. Fun fact about llamas, they're used in ranches for protecting herds. Protecting from what? I know llamas can be a little like aggressive if you approach them. Look at the news and go, what the fuck? Yeah, I have a few places that I will get my like actual news from, but I like to dose it with humor, and two, limited quantity, as you say. Well, then you could have a little like website mascot. It's all cute and pops up, and just be like, "Why don't you take a little break? Well, why don't you step away for a few minutes?" I think I've talked about before, but I had, I would go over to a friend's house for dinner sometimes, and as is often the case, everyone's eating dinner. You're sort of chilling out around the TV or in the eating area where the TV is located. Nice to sort of put something on in the background. And one of the people would often put on like meme compilation videos. And I do not like meme compilation videos because it's like, it's like a 5 to 15 second meme. Just the latest meme videos of the internet to get compiled into like a 15-20 minute video, super compilation. And like it'll play one and then just immediately jump to the next one and the next one and the next one. And like you can feel your brain actively turning off, like actually shutting down in real time as you just sit there and like see but don't perceive the stream of consciousness meme videos. And then they would put on another one, and I'm like, can we not? Can we do something else now, please? Because I feel like this is actually harming my ability to have thoughts. You know, Discord has sort of replaced Reddit for my my scrolling sessions. You know, I'll go to bed, pop the phone open for a little bit, and just sort of check through the Discord, see what the latest memes people have posted are. I'll check a couple different Discords and be like, heh, those are good memes. Okay, that's enough. You know, like 5, maybe 10 minutes of just checking through. But, you know, once that's over, it's like, it's over. I don't need more than what was there. I don't need an infinite scroll. I reach the bottom of the feed on a given Discord and I'm like, okay, that's it. That's good. But you go to something like Twitter, it's like, more. You know, Blue Sky is actually kind of nice just because it's generally slower. Like there's just not as many posts on Blue Sky as there are on Twitter. But you might be like, oh, well, so then it's not as active, it's not as popular. It's like, yes, but I like it for that. I like that I can catch up to where I was in a relatively short amount of time. Maybe like, oh, okay, I've seen it. I've seen all the art that people have posted and the various updates that people have posted, and that's it. And I can move on with my life. I don't need an endless supply of content to just stay glued to my screen and consume until I forget my own face. I don't know that I would want to meet a llama. I've heard they're kind of mean. Alpacas, on the other hand, I think are much sweeter. Also fluffier. You know, one of my goals for the year was to be more sort of present on social media, just to sort of develop a more stable presence. Just because I figured it would be kind of beneficial if people sort of expect that I'm gonna post stuff periodically, they might engage a little bit more. But I think sort of the other side of that is I feel like social media needs to be more worth engaging with, and I don't feel like that has changed very much. And I don't like social media. I don't find it to be a comfortable mode of interacting. I feel like it's it's very impersonal. It's all numbers driven. It's all about metrics. alpacas, at least you don't need to worry about food because they will alpaca the lunch. Boo! Boo! Go to bed, mate. I'm just kidding. You can stick around as long as you want. Rapturous applause. Oh, god damn it. I realized didn't answer the llama question. They're literally called guards. Guardian llamas. They ward off coyotes and foxes. Huh, okay. Interesting. I guess that makes sense, because llamas are actually pretty big, and like most predators will not like engage something a lot bigger than them just because like the risk of injury is, you know, high enough that's like, this isn't worth it. I'm gonna go find something easier to take down. Yeah, you get a pissed off llama around the notch. It's like, you know what? I'm good. Thanks. Bye. Interesting. Llama, it's supposed to be dead. God, I love that movie. There we go. You don't park cars next to horse ranches, or the horses will eat the car. See, I don't know why they would do that. I know goats will sometimes like eat the adhesive on cans and such because it's like close enough to food that they will like chew at the labeling. I don't know. I can't imagine a horse would just eat a car. That sounds like an urban legend. Or it sounds like a setup for a pun. Could be a pun setup. I know how you work. Oh, right. I need to rework this. Just gnaw on it, as their teeth need to be ground. And perhaps they're just horsing around. See? There it fucking is. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. But I respect that you still went for it. If you ever get behind an Amish horse and cart, do not stay behind them. An older Amish do not use catch bags for the horses. Ew. 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 Onion. Freaking horse is just shitting everywhere. That's the part of Uma Musume they don't show you. Thankfully. I'm sorry I said that. I don't know why I said that. I regret. Most unneighborly conduct. Thankfully, I don't think there's any Amish in the area. I'm pretty sure if they lived in my area, they would like just have a conniption and combust. I live in a very tech-centric area. I don't think it would be conducive to their lifestyle. But I'm gonna be honest, I kinda get it. I think there's like a weird sort of religious aspect to it that I'm not fully on board with, but also the way tech has gone over the last 15 to 20 years, I kinda get it. I kinda get the idea of just like, what if we just didn't? What if I just like said nah to all of that? I realize that I say that as a VTuber on the internet streaming digital art to people around the world. Like, there's a measure of hypocrisy in there, but I get it. Okay, that's looking better. I keep drifting away from the face. I want to actually focus on the face for a little bit. There's just so much hair. I keep getting distracted by it. Don't get distracted. There was a show. There was an anime. Trying to remember what it was called. It was made by, or it was being animated by Studio Bones, which I think did the animation for Full Metal. I'm like, ooh, tell me more. One thing that stresses me about technological society constant noise. All the noise, 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 noise. It's true. It's true. Yeah. I'm hearing. Oh, my freaking my mic was playing back through my monitor, and so I was like hearing myself, and it was very upsetting. Anyway, I agree. I love that Boston song, Peace of Mind. I just I everyone is always just like rushing. Everyone is always trying to like one up and climb up, and I'm like, I just wanna enjoy myself. I just wanna appreciate the moment. I wanna be content with where I am. I just wanna be, you know? I post photos of my bike rides. I post the art that I make. And even that, like, I'm not doing anything, you know, malicious or anything, but I choose what I post, right? I always like find shots that I think are particularly beautiful, and I'm like, I want to share this. I'm not trying to do it to like aggrandize anything, but you know, sometimes I bike by garbage. I go through like areas that aren't as scenic. Like with social media, there's always sort of a drive to just like put the best foot forward, put the best presentation forward, and it creates a perception of like everyone else is living these grand perfect lives. It's like, no, they're showing the curated good parts. Where there are people, there is gossip, drama llamas are everywhere, tech or no. It's true. It is true. I remember last year I was went hiking with a friend, and they had grown up in a much smaller town, like rural area. I don't know exactly how small, but more like small town vibes. And I was sort of commenting very sort of, I feel like I would enjoy to some degree like smaller communities that are much more sort of tightly knit and friendly, you know, as opposed to like the higher density areas where everyone tends to be a lot more insular. And you know, they sort of corrected me like, yeah, but people are also fucking gossips, and when everyone knows everyone, like everyone gets up in each other's business all the time. So I think it's true on both ends that without such a tech driven social structure, you're not necessarily going to be inundated with the noise of everything that is going on everywhere all the time. But you're also like, there's will still probably be a similar amount of information. It's just very focused on the people immediately around you. So I don't know. I suppose it's a matter of balance, right? And once again, I'm back in her hair as opposed to working on her face like I meant to. Again, because I have no self control. Also, I really like her hair. It's very pretty. It's looking better though. Definitely getting there. Okay, face. FaceTime. For like 5 minutes and then we'll wind up back in the hair again because I have no self-control. I keep also sort of correcting the shape on the back of the neck a little bit, trying to get it to feel a little more natural. Get the sort of underside of the chin here a little bit. See if you can't get this to feel a bit better. It feels very rounded out right now. I think that's part of why it feels a bit odd. And I do notice that she's got some like glowy stickers on her cheeks. So we're gonna go ahead and add those in. So the left side is a heart. And the right side is a star. Sort of a curvy star like that. And then I'm just gonna do a little bit of glare with a little glare. There you go. Perfect. So we'll just keep those there for now. We'll clean them up as we go. We'll integrate it as we go. There we are. There we are. Just get some of these warmer tones integrated for the shading, right? I'm working bigger chunks. I'm back in the fucking hair again. Kaiga, please. Focus the fuck up. I have a condition. Let's go away from spots closer to the hair. Thank you. I like the hair. That's part of the problem is just, I guess, sort of to your point, like I'm working on the areas around the hair because I need to work on those too. And then I just sort of drift into the hair and start touching that up. But like the face is the main thing that I want to focus on right now because I feel like getting the face on both of them is really integral to making sure that it's like convincingly Mouse and Connor, right? You know, there's other stuff like her hands, the neck, chest area. Like there's other stuff that definitely needs to be touched on. And we'll get to those, but I want to take the time to really make sure that we're getting this in a satisfying and convincing way. Just stick figure smile face. Yeah, just a majestic locks on freaking XKCD figures. It's perfect. It's beautiful. Hello, Sonic. Happy Choomsday. It's been one of those days. It's just been a rough day. But it's okay. How are you doing? How's your week going? Is it? Okay, I'll wait and see what it is. I have my suspicions, but I will hold my suspense. God damn it. Alright, it's getting there though. Pace is looking better. I'm definitely like feeling better about the overall vibe of it, so I will probably drift away, like down to touch on some of the other areas that we were pointing out, rather than stick with the, you know, sort of move up to the hair. Okay, what I'm going to take a moment to do, I'm just going to pull this directly from Mouse's model. So she's got some like purple tones in the eyelashes. We're just going to sort of go back and forth and bring those in. Thank you for the video, Sonic. Okay, and then that's gonna go right in there. Yeah, look at that. That's cute. That's good. A little bit right in there. Clean it up like so. Good. And just a little bit of this. Sort of warm it up over here. Good. Yeah, I feel like it's still not quite as like tonal or volumetric as Connor's faces, but it's definitely much, much better than it was. I guess we can get a little bit more into like total shadow over here. Just to sort of help, right? Good. Or keep the cheek nice and rounded, right? Soften this up. Yeah, and then what are we doing here? A little bit of discrepancy between the two brow lines. Good. Good. That does feel better. Recommendations on how to stop a newly learned song repeating internally. Nope, good luck, buddy. You're stuck with that one. Usually what I've found is it kind of just needs to run its course. Like, you can break it up with other music just to sort of keep things from getting too repetitive. But yeah, it's just gonna be in your head for a while. I got nothing to help with. Like, I've had Neon Odyssey in my head for like a week. Basically, since the day it came out, I've listened to it at least once a day. It's a good song. What do you want? What does this actually look? Okay, so yeah, there's what I really hate is when you get part of a song stuck in your head, but it's not enough to recognize what the song is. So you just have like this little bit of a melody repeating over and over in your brain, and you're like, what the fuck is that? I'm trying to like look it up, figure out what it is. But no, I've got nothing for clearing songs out of your head. The only thing that I've found that even remotely helps is to find something that's even catchier to replace it. But then you're just kind of trading one demon for another. And your mileage with that will vary. Good. That honestly looks almost frustrating. Like, I feel like sometimes I put a ton of effort into trying to get a hand to look nice, and then sometimes I can just do something like that and it's like, oh, that worked. And that was it. You're just like, what the fuck? Well, far be it for me to look a gift horse in the mouth. Good. Alright, so looks nice. Good. Alright. Then we can jump back for a second because I want to look at this jacket. Oh. Okay. Alrighty, mage. Good work today. You get some very good rest. We'll see you later. Everyone say goodnight. Here. Oh, what are you doing here? Oh. What am I doing here? What are any of us doing here, you know? I'm just vibing. Just making our way. Oh. Have a little bit of Fresnel lighting coming over the side of the sleeve here. Alright, yeah, so this one does not have the layering. It's just sort of a continuous band around. Stretsin. Good. All y'all better not be shrimping either. Good posture. is critical to a good mind. Or some shit, I don't know. Actually, do this like so. So that follows the arm. Look better. Good. Soften up a little bit. Yeah, that's coming along. Looking pretty good. I think you can slim down the arm a little bit on this side. Kind of like that. Maybe a little bit on the side too. Yeah. Yeah. Have you guys seen those caveman cooking videos? I don't know why I love them. They're so charming to me. Let me see if I can find one. We'll put it on really quickly, just because it's so dumb, but I love it. They're all like really short. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, hang on. Sorry. Let me. I really wish there was. I hate YouTube Shorts. Anyway, here. You hold for a minute. So we're gonna go back here, and then. No, like that. Thank you. I'll need to fix that later, but it's okay. And that's it. That's just all he does. It's just cooking instructional videos, but by a caveman. They're so dumb, but I love them. Exactly. That is the entire thing. It's just like, what is a really silly, wonderful way to do a cooking video? And it's great, and I love them. And just every time he goes, yeet. It's so dumb. Whimsy is a good way to put it. We need more whimsy in the world. We just need to enjoy things. Yeah, I don't know, like, if that was his book. It might have been a little self-insert. It might have been a little ad plug for his book. Which, if so, very clever. Very on brand. I do think if there's one thing that the internet has allowed that has been like unequivocally good, is that there are a lot of people that are very talented, right? They have ideas, they have creativity, they have just the desire to do something, to make something. And just being on the internet, the internet gives them a place to do things, to make things, and find people to enjoy the silly, whimsical little things that they want to make. Like, not to make it a metrics thing, but that brownie video that we just watched had 1 million views on it. Like, there are 1 million people that are like, yay. This is something that I appreciate. This is something that I am glad exists. You know, I was saying to my roommate the other day, or not the other day, earlier today, like just a little before the stream started. GTA 6 needs to fucking come out already. I am so sick of other developers, like even Squadron 42. Chris Roberts was in an interview recently, and you know they're still aiming to have it out this year, but he was saying like, well, you know, we gotta kind of read the room. He didn't like name GTA 6 directly, but like he implied it in such a way that everyone knew what he was talking about. It's like, if it seems like we're gonna come out or we're gonna release Squadron, like at the same time, or you know, worst of all, directly following the release of GTA 6, then we'll probably need to push it back just to put some distance between the two and have, you know, a better chance of releasing to any reception at all, because when GTA comes out, that's just going to like suck all the oxygen out of the room for like a month. No one else is really going to be talking about any other games for a while. But, you know, this happened last year before it got delayed, that you know there was sort of an anticipated release date for GTA 6, and then they delayed it, and everyone was like, oh cool, so we can like release things again in the September to October window. This is great. And then Silksong came out. So like to some degree, yeah, there's always going to be a big fish. There's always going to be somebody that you kind of have to swim around and weigh yourself against, and at some point you're just going to have to pull the trigger, right? If you try to wait for a window that nobody else occupies, you wait until the heat death of the universe. But GTA is such a massive gravitational body that like there really isn't a way to ignore it, right? It is the elephant in the room. It must be addressed. And so I just want it to come out already. I don't even care that much about GTA 6. I have never been a GTA player. I'm not a GTA fan. So I'm not particularly excited for it. I just wanted to stop fucking with everything else. I'm still like imagining, what if it's not that good? Like it doesn't, not even necessarily bad, just not, you know, anything particularly remarkable. It's just kind of fine. It's there. Probably gonna be, you know, at least a little bit buggy because they're gonna make the largest game they can possibly think to make, and the larger the game gets, the more unstable it's gonna be. Oh, the freaking gas gets blown if it's not a good game. Next GTA is a re-release of a previous title, not a re. It just, it's just the same game ported to a new console. That would be great. That would be like, listen, guys, we tried to get this one to work. We really tried. So we couldn't figure it out. Here's San Andreas again. You guys like San Andreas, right? And I'm back in the hair. GTA I remember the most is one with the swing set glitch. I have no idea which one that would be. Wonder what engine they're using for GTA 6. It wouldn't surprise me if it's one of those things where like every GTA is just using iterations of the same engine. And they just continue to build upon it, but I don't know if they're continuing to do that. Let me see, actually. Rockstar Advanced Game Engine, or Rage. Of course they called it Rage. It's a proprietary game engine of Rockstar developed by the Rage Technology Group division of Rockstar San Diego, based on the Angel game engine. This is the first game. Rockstar Games presents Table Tennis in 2006, released for the 360 and Wii. The engine has been used by Rockstar internal studios to develop advanced open world games for computers and consoles. If one bonks a swing set at the right angle, most of the swing set, it yeets at Mach 10. Interesting. Physics in games are a delight. Okay, so Rockstar originally used Criterion's renderware engine to develop games for PS2, Windows, and Xbox, such as the early 3D installments of GTA. In 2004, Criterion Games was acquired by EA, which led Rockstar to switch from renderware to Open Rage Technology Group as a division of Rockstar San Diego. The engine would facilitate game development on Windows and 7th gen consoles. On PS3 and 360, the engine often saw a disparity in the optimization on the hardware. Major titles on PS3 usually have lower resolution and minor graphic effects, as in GTA 4 being 720p versus 640, Midnight Club Los Angeles, and Red Dead Redemption. Despite its problems in optimization, in July 2009, IGN voted the engine as one of the 10 best game engines of the 7th generation. Since the release of Max Payne 3, the engine supports DirectX 11 and stereoscopic 3D rendering for PCs. Okay, so basically since around GTA 4, I guess, is when they started using the current engine. Yeah, so Table Tennis, GTA 4, Midnight Club, The Ballad of Gay Tony, Red Dead Redemption, Max Payne 3, GTA 5, Red Dead 2, and GTA 6 are all using the Rage engine. So yeah, no Unreal. No mass market engines here. But they couldn't use renderware since it got bought out by a competitor. Really? That was first instinct to try and repeat the gate. Yeah, whatever's fun, right? I think I've played a little bit of GTA in my lifetime. Very little. I didn't get to play it growing up. And by the time I could get into the series, I just wasn't that interested in it. Like, obviously it's something I know about, and I've seen plenty of. It's just not really a game for me. There we go. Well, I think we've got most of the principal cleanup done now, which is cool. Still a lot of detailing that I want to do, but we will get there. Not particularly in a rush to finish this one. There's other stuff that I want to get to drawing. Plus, I need to do a Pride Month drawing. That's not till next month, but I want to make sure that we have the runway clear to work on it. So I haven't decided what that's going to be. Couple possible ideas. But we'll leave it. We'll leave it open. We'll sort of see where things start to land. Good. Good. Yeah, that's looking better. It's looking better for sure. I do want to pull a little bit of some of these lighter tones. Or the same way that we've been, pushing more of the shaded side of things, I also want to push up the light side. The light and the darkness in equal balance. This is the true way of the Force. Yeah, it's based on the trampoline moment from the cyclothon. It was a beautiful little moment of friendship and whimsy, and I felt like doing something to, commemorate the event in general, but particularly sort of capture the wonder of that moment. And then this is pure white, so let's drop it down just a little bit. And we'll just come in and do some bright contouring, right? And sort of capture the bounce light, the Fresnel light off the side here. something looks a little weird. Yeah, it's a bit better. I think I've just been making the noses too long. Alrighty, Tisha. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope you get some very good rest, and I hope you have a very good midweek. Come on, say goodnight. Is that it? Oh, that's it. Here, let's do... I think this one will wrap things up well. A little extracted something. Good. Yeah, that feels a bit better. And then we can just sort of clean up the bridge of the nose a bit. Okay, let's flip it around. Well, I think it is getting there, but something still feels a little weird. Something still feels a little off about it. Bit better. And then bring this in some, like that. Good. And behind it, we can sort of fill in like that. Yeah, I think this eye was just sort of trailing off to the side a little bit too far. So it looked a little bit weird. Mouth was a little bit off alignment, so that looked strange. And then the hair. No, the hair is probably fine. I was gonna sort of bring it up around like that, right? Sort of show a little bit more of the but I think actually what I would probably want to do is bring it down some. So, like, leave the top part about where it is, and then bring some of this down to sort of follow the shape of the forehead a bit more. I think maybe this can tuck out of the way just a hair. Show a tiny bit more of the forehead and sort of wrap around this way. Good. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I like that. Yeah, okay. Let's flip it back. I think that looks better. Okay, let's touch up a few other areas, and then we'll work on our hair a little bit more focused. We got a few unresolved sections still to clean up, but before we get too in the weeds about it, I'm going to merge these layers in, and I'm going to save. What is this layer? What are you doing? Oh, that's the touch up to the jawline. We'll leave that on its own layer still. Good. Okay, yeah. And then down here, I'll sort of push some of this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good. Now, what the hell is going on with these here pants? What are we doing down here? I guess we'll just sort of fill this through, just to sort of clean things up. We got the underside of the jacket. We'll sort of fill it in like this, right? And then we can have a little bit of this coming through all the way, wrapping around, giving us a bit of Fresnel lighting, right? Man, I wish we had more trains. I wouldn't mind riding the train places. I think it would be nice. Back when I had an internship was in the city. I did not drive in. The company was actually pretty nice that they, even to the interns, you know, they would comp us a parking permit, or they would give us like a bus pass for the month. And I went with the bus pass option because I was like, this is much preferable to having to drive into the city and find a place to park and, you know, not have to pay for gas and worry about my car getting broken into and, or, you know, getting in the crash on the way. And it, you know, it had its downsides. I remember there was one day where I stayed like really late to finish something up, and you know, the bus had sort of switched over to its evening schedule. And I remember being miserable, just waiting at the bus stop, you know, in the growing dark, like hoping it would show up soon. Like, that was not fun. But, you know, for the most part, it was quite nice that, you know, I did not have to like actively drive into the city. The city driving sucks. But I could, you know, pull out a drawing pad and just sketch on the way. I could read a book. I could browse my phone. You know, whatever I felt like doing for the duration of the commute. And there was just, you know, a little walk on either side of it, which I don't know. I found to be preferable. I would generally prefer to do that over having to drive myself. And, you know, whatever job I get next, if that is an option, I think I would still prefer to do that. Like, it's nice to have a car and have the option to take myself where I want to go. But I don't know. If I had to give up my car for a better, like, constantly reliable public transit system, I would probably do it. I think that would be a reasonable enough trade-off. Because honestly, the only things I'm like I need a car for are when I go shopping and I have, you know, a bunch of bags that I need to move around, and when I need to travel long distances. Which at this point, one, I don't travel that much, and two, like if there were better train options, I would probably do that. I miss flying. I have not gotten on a plane in like, I don't know, I would say at least 6 years. And at this point, I feel like the experience of flying is so unpleasant that I don't. It's not that I don't miss it, it's that I'm not eager to do it. Right? I used to really enjoy flying. I used to enjoy going to the airport. I know that's probably something that younger viewers are like, what? But there was actually a time when airports were cool. They were much more like social. I remember when I was growing up, the airport nearby even had like an observation deck where you could go out and you could watch the planes come and go. Because this was before people got really like extremely uptight about airport security. So like there were actual spaces that, you know, if you were there to drop somebody off or pick somebody up, you know, you could just hang out in the sort of more communal space, I guess you might call it. And then, you know, it didn't take as long to get through security and get to your gate, so you could like just sort of spend time out there and then, you know, head in. But then of course some terrible things happened, and you know, security got really intense for obvious reasons, and so it's like we don't want anybody loitering around the airport because we don't know what they're up to. It could be a security threat. So it's like you're there to get checked in and get on your plane and go, and then all of the sort of associated businesses are there not sort of accommodate a greater public, but just the people that, you know, have gone through security and are waiting for their flight for a shorter period of time. Hopefully shorter, but you know, with security checks being what they are, you still have to show up like a few hours before your flight potentially. So, I don't know, the whole experience of like getting on a plane has been pretty shit for a while, but then, no man, like the whole thing with Boeing and the 737 Max just like really shook my confidence, not just in like the quality of the plane itself, but the way that they are looked after. Like the Max is bad enough, but all the sort of investigations into like how the checks and maintenance are handled is just like, oh, this is a clown show. This is a freaking like one ring circus. It's a flea market. And since then, I've just like not been confident that if I'm gonna be on a plane, that it has been like well looked after and is safe to fly. You know, trains suffer mechanical failures. I've been on a train that suffered a mechanical failure. But, you know, it just kind of came to a stop. And then they tried to fix it, and they're like, yeah, okay, we can't fix it. And they like slowly backpedaled to the next station, and we all got off and waited for another train to show up. It sucked, but, you know, it didn't fall out of the sky. I would certainly like to be able to fly again. I would certainly like to enjoy flying, but I feel like it's just such a chore these days. I need my confidence restored before I'd really be like, yeah, let's get up there. I feel like that's why even the like you can rattle off the statistics about the number of people that get into car accidents versus the number of victims of plane accidents is like driving is way riskier than flying on a plane. Totally understand that. Everyone gets that. But the fact that when something goes wrong on a plane, you have zero control over its outcome, like, just automatically is problematic for everyone, right? Like, everyone would rather be in a situation where they have some autonomy, some control over the outcome. Even if it is largely illogical, even if it is largely not true, just the sentiment of I could do something to at least minimize the bad outcome. People would still prefer to do that. Humans are very sentiment driven creatures. Like you can rattle off all the facts and they're like, yeah, I get it. But this is how I feel about it. And I don't know. I like to think in some ways it's kind of a strength. It's definitely a weakness in a lot of ways, but I like to think there's some positive to that. This made me think of a song. Let me go look it up. I'm just gonna wait for this one to finish. Good. That's a good song. One of the things that I've thought about a lot with Pages is how to get the music done for it. So I am not particularly musically inclined. I've done a little bit of it using Mixcraft, just sort of bashing some parts together to try and get something that at least captures like the general vibe that I want. I did a little bit of study into like what defines the sort of feel the tone of Celtic music, Gaelic music. So there are a couple of like general, what's the word? Like, not chords, keys, I guess, that would be correct to use. Different instruments that are more sort of authentic. You know, the piano is out, right? The piano is not something that would be thematically appropriate. So it's like, okay, no piano music, no piano use throughout, which admittedly is kind of limiting, but is also an interesting challenge. So I'm kind of for it. But I don't know. I feel like if I really wanted to have a good soundtrack for the game, that would probably be something that I would need to commission someone for. I don't know what the process of commissioning people for the game would end up looking like, because eventually I want to sell it, right? And it feels like it wouldn't be appropriate to necessarily to pay someone and be like, yeah, I'm gonna pay you this much to make music for the game, and then that's it, right? There's no royalties, there's no follow-up, there's no revenue share. It's just like, this is the deal. I suppose it's not unreasonable, right? Like, I get paid hourly to work on the game that I do professionally. You know, it isn't like, oh yeah, you work on it and then once the game makes money, we'll come back and do that. So I suppose I could say I could make an agreement of that. You know, it's like, I want you to make music for this game. Here's the upfront money, and this is what you're getting. Right? Since I have money available to do that, I can just commission you to make the song, but also I'm just paying you upfront, right? As a freelance musician. I haven't checked it in a long time. There was a game dev classifieds subreddit, but it was kind of a mess, and a lot of times there was sort of that situation of, you know, it was a bunch of independents, right? It was just a bunch of people that wanted to make a game and were looking for someone to do a particular aspect of it. And so they would be like, hey, you know, typically part of the classified ad was, if there was going to be payment, what would the payment structure look like? And of course, because pretty much everyone was a bunch of broke bitches, it was always revenue share. It's like, if the game makes money, you will make a cut of that. Which is not an unreasonable structure, right? But it's a lot of bookkeeping, in my opinion, for me. It's a lot of, okay, well, person X did this and agreed to this percentage, and person B did this and agreed to Y percentage. So at the end of the year, I need to look at how much money the game made and then portion theirs out and send it to them. And it's just like, I would rather just pay them up front and be like, this is the lump sum. You know, you can take it or you can leave it. It's not me trying to be stingy. It's me trying to find a method that's going to create the least amount of, like, trouble down the line, right? And still make sure that they get paid their fair share, because I don't want to, like, ask people to work for nothing and then turn around and sell the game and, you know, hopefully generate a little bit of revenue. I'm you know, trying to keep things realistic. It's like, Pages is not gonna make a lot of money. It's, you know, some schmuck's first independent game project. At this point, my primary objective is just to get it done, right? It's not to turn it into like some big blockbuster. It's like, yeah, I'd just be happy to see it be finished and for some people to play it and enjoy it. Alright. Now, with all that done, I think Mouse is looking much better. I want to try something. Because if it looks good, I think it could be very pleasant. So let's see what this does. I want to try sort of washing the lit side. See, if we just overlay it, it just kind of whites everything out. I don't think I necessarily like that. If we were to do, let's try a soft light. No. Dodge, add. Here, let's try setting it to an overlay again. But then let's do something more intense and see what that does. See, it just kind of it adds a bunch of yellow, but it doesn't necessarily like make the tone better. And then that just kind of blows it out, right? I don't think that's actually working the way that I want it to. Let's get rid of it. I think we're just gonna have to sort of do it by hand. If I want to have more of these like bright sections. And some days you can't really get away with using like relays and techniques. You just kind of have to go in and do it yourself. out this border. There we go. Yeah, that nice sort of organic roll, right? The gradient. Ooh, we love our gradients on this channel. It's true, we do. Try not to have them be identical to each other, right? Some distinction. Good. Here we go. Good. Alright. Got a little bit more time. So now I'm going to allow myself, without apology, to work on the hair. But before we do that, I forgot one thing. We need one thing to bring in here. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm just gonna do this in a really simple, kind of lazy way. Goodness, that is very disorienting to look at. I don't know why it looks like overly, like it's not picking up the saturation. It's bringing it out in a weird way. This looks okay. Well, actually, you know what would probably help? That's a bit better. Here, let's do this. So we're gonna drop the whole thing out. This will be easier to sort of draw it into the areas that we want it. Yeah, for some reason the way that it's overlaying the white checker is still like coming through. reading like white as opposed to a lighter tone. I don't know why that is, but I don't like it. We're gonna have to do something to sort of make that play a bit nicer. Goodbye, you little shit. Yay! As a man. Hello, Allie. Happy Choomsday. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. That's not bad. It's still... Still reading is like lightning, you know? How do I fix that? Okay, so yeah, that fixes the little bordering issue, but... I mean, that obviously doesn't work, but like, overlay should affect this the way that I want it to, but as we drop it down, it kind of just like... I don't know, it still feels like it's making it too pale. I guess it's okay. Yeah, it just needs to be kind of a subtle effect, so it works. How's it going, Allie? Okay, now for the hair. I'm not muted again, am I? Okay, good. I think what happened earlier at the start of the stream is I went to unmute myself and I hit the like undeafen instead of unmute. I hit the wrong button and so I didn't unmute myself and now I'm paranoid. I saw a meme about this just today and I should have taken it as an omen. But I didn't listen. I did not heed the signs. To my own unending. Good. Alright, then yeah, just gotta break up the end of this. You can come in. Excuse me. Just reduce the volume of the sketch work a little bit. I think we're gonna wanna diffuse the final shape some more. Or have less to sort of draw around, draw over. Good. So it's still a little bit of a ways off, but I want to let you all know. There's probably going to be some travel plans over the summer. There might be something in June, and then there's almost definitely going to be something in July. So nothing too big planned so far, but there might be a few out-of-town weekends that would result in some missed streams. I'll let you know as we sort of finalize those dates and figure out when is going to happen or what is going to happen when. But this is a general sort of heads up that is going to be happening over the summer. Still figuring out if there's going to be any like sort of regular schedule changes. I don't think we're going to do any more streams, right? I don't think I'm going to start streaming more days per week, but I might stream a little bit longer on Tuesday, Thursdays, like an extra hour or something. I feel like that's a reasonable sort of ramping up that, you know, whenever I do find gainful employment again, you know, would also sort of be easy enough to ramp back down. Because it's, I don't know, like, part of me definitely wants to stream more. I know I have talked about doing that in the past, and I feel like it would be really easy come June to just be like, okay, well, my schedule's clear, so let's just go like a full 5 days a week type of shit or whatever. But then once I find another job, then we need to scale that back again, and that's going to be really rough and awkward and such. So I feel like trying to sort of keep things more balanced is a good idea, and I would rather do something sort of measured than just go all in on it, you know? That's kind of what I'm thinking. It's just a few extra hours, and then, you know, that might let us do like mixed streams on Thursdays or something. Something like that. And then whenever we do need to dial it back, we can. With less... I suppose it would be the opposite of growing pains. It would be shrinking pains. I don't know. I still really like working on video games. I think it is a very unique experience. I think it's a very unique industry that I really enjoy, you know, being part of a team of people that care so much about what they're doing and, you know, care about making something really interesting and really fun. But at the same time, the AAA industry kind of fucking sucks. And I don't know how much I really want to try and find a lot more in that sector, you know? feel like if I can find something in like the double A industry, the smaller industry that's a little more sort of driven, a little bit more like less money centric, more success of a different metric, I feel like I would be happy there. It's funny, the internship that I mentioned, there was one guy who was there who used to work at the company that I ended up working at. I guess kind of left for similar reasons. Like he was tired of, sort of getting jerked around by the AAA industry and wanted a project where he had more sort of control and creative liberty and, could work with a team on something for the sake of making something really cool and not just making a really strong quarterly report. Not to mention, working on a AAA thing, you have very little control over how things go, right? You are one part of a very large machine. I suppose it's kind of funny, however many years down the line, I'm echoing a lot of the similar things that he was saying. Because, I don't know, he was one of those fellas that's like, I don't dislike you. I think you're a good guy. I even agree with many of the things that you say. But we do not get along, like, professionally. We should not work together because, I don't know, like, he was a adjunct teacher? Not like a professional teacher, but, just like showed up at the school where I did my grad program to do a couple of classes. I don't remember the proper term for it. But he's sort of like a off-time teacher. I sat on one of his classes. I remember not really liking him as a teacher, and then he was my lead during the internship, and we didn't get along there, and I'm like, I just think we don't jive. There have been a few of those people, right? Which I think is fine, right? You're not going to get along with everybody, and different people have different work ethics, some of which work really well for you, and some do not. And there's nothing wrong with saying, like, we just don't mesh on a professional level. No, there's nothing wrong with saying, like, we just don't mesh as people, right? Not everyone is going to get along with everyone, and that's okay. I mean, I say this again, this is sort of the logic versus sentiment thing, because I have social anxiety, and I definitely, struggle a lot with, like, am I offending people? Am I getting along with people? Do people like me? Are they saying things, etc.? And that can definitely be like an overriding thing in my head. Even as I'm well aware of, like, well, we just don't get along, and that's fine. It is. But the sentiment can be overpowering. There we go. You know, I was gonna find a therapist before everything went to shit. it was on my plan. It was like I've gotten a lot of the sort of physical issues addressed last year. This year, I'm gonna start to tackle some of the mental issues. I'm gonna find a professional. And we're gonna start talking things out, and you can start talking about like actionable steps, things that I can follow through on, things that I can do to start improving myself, and then yeah. So that's kind of gotten put on pause. I often think that since there are over 8 billion of us on this planet, there's no way we're all going to get along. Respect to Rodney King. True. True. I think, there are definitely things that you can do to help, right? I think you can lead with kindness, try to be sympathetic, understanding. It's hard. It's really hard, especially some days, especially with some people. But I think most people are generally at least neutral. I think most people are just generally trying to get by and do right by them and theirs. Aren't out to do anything truly bad. Sometimes people do bad things not because they want to, just because they don't realize they are. So, but yeah, like even all things being equal, people just operate in different ways. People just have different mindsets, different wants, different modes, and that's perfectly fine. But then it's also, I think, fair and necessary to sort of recognize when you run into somebody that's like, the way that you operate does not jive with the way that I operate. And that's okay. But we just need to accept that this is not necessarily going to fit. And plan accordingly. And some people, I gotta, acknowledge, and some people are much better at it, right? Some people are much better at being empathetic and patient with people that they, don't necessarily get along with, right? They're, they're better at perspective taking, they're better at, you know, being patient and sort of walking through things with people, and I have a lot of respect for them. I'm not necessarily one of those people. I get frustrated fairly easily, I feel like. I try. I try all the time in this institution. But I recognize that I can come across as very terse, very impatient. And I'm working on that. Just move the scrunchie back a little bit. Is it weird that I would almost describe this brush as creamy? I think especially with Mouse's pastel colors, it just sort of, it feels like I'm moving something very sort of like thick and cream-like around. It's a good feeling. It's like strawberry milk. I've been a huge strawberry milk fan. More chocolate milk. Vanilla milk too. Really bad vanilla. Shit, I could go for some vanilla milk. So sugary though. One time I made the mistake of looking at the like sugar amounts in a bottle of chocolate milk and I'm like, oh my god. This is basically a soda. So it is a rare treat that I will get myself. Admittedly, I could just get like chocolate syrup or mix and just put the amount of in that I want, but still. Goodness. There's one thing I got at the Japanese grocery store that I quite like. I don't use it a ton, but it's pretty good. It's these packets of like crystallized honey and ginger. So you just, rip the packet open, you mix it in water, works hot or cold. Gives it, that little bit of like ginger, almost fizziness. And then it's got the nice sweet honey flavor. It's really good. I'm gonna focus on the fact it has protein so I can pretend it. Yeah, it's a health drink. It's got the protein. It's good for you. It makes strong bones. You grow tall. Right? Oh, looks better. Good. Demon Queen. Welcome in. Happy Choomsday. Hope you're doing well. Okay. A few loose. Wrong there. Get your bits clear out right there. And then we can get rid of that. We don't need it anymore. Good. Alright, so I really like the texture sort of coming in right here, right? These little sort of, not rows, but you know, the slight sort of waviness. The thing is, the silhouette doesn't reflect that. So we're gonna create some rises and falls to sort of break up the shape of the hair and reflect where this is changing. Like that. Get a couple of loose hairs in here. What the heck is that? It's a little UFO. Get! I say get! What layer are you? What? Is that part of the cloud layer? No, it is the line. There you go. There we go. Alright, it's gone now. I got it. Maybe a few of these, like, lighter fronds of hair, picking up a bit more of the light bouncing through them. Yeah, this one's still pretty rough. I think we might save that for next time. Just try and bounce it through, or come back to it rather. Focus on the areas that we're already putting work into. We got a little bit more left that we can touch on tonight. Not quite. There you go. That's a little better. She does have a little hoge. It's in the shape of a heart. That's cute. Okay, again. Whoop. And then like that. I'm sorry, bounce it up over Good. 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 Wait, what'd you do? There we go. All right. Yeah, I am choosing to omit all of the various ornaments in her hair. She has a lot of them, and I'm not gonna get to it. I'm just not. I'm sorry. I know that's like a big part of the design, but it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and I'm just making the decision to omit them. I'm sorry for any mouse fans that are like, oh my god, I can't believe they cut out this one ornament from her hair. It was super important because of all this lore things. I'm like, I'm sorry, but that would have been like another stream's worth of work just to get them all in. Just get the fluting on the horn a little bit more prominent. Good. Good, good, good. Excuse me. Okay, rather than try and rework this, I'm just gonna go into the line layer and work this out so that it's not fighting the paintwork as much. So we can preserve what we like and omit what we don't. Yeah, there we go. A softer touch. Yeah, definitely some more cleanup needed on this side, but it's coming along. Alright, so stepping back for a minute, we got a couple more minutes to work on stuff, but start taking stock of where we're at. I think mouse is looking much better. Much better than the start of the stream. Still a few more areas that I want to clean up, particularly that left side of the hair that we were just looking at. You know, we started in at the top of the stream making a couple of quick revisions to Connor's face, but there's a few areas, particularly like the facial hair, that I want to clean up more. The mouth could use another pass. I think last time we put a lot of the effort into like the face structure around the eyes and nose, and I think that really paid off. But yeah, the lower mouth could use another pass. The monkey design on his jersey is still missing, so that needs to be done on a separate layer. I want to do another swing at the background just because it still feels very like very rough, very like sketched in. Doesn't really have like an organic feel to it yet, so I want to try and do that. Maybe we'll even do a go at that tonight, just for a few minutes, just to sort of round to it, so to speak. But yeah, I think it's a lot of really just kind of cleanup work at this point, aside from getting the monkey pattern in. So I think there's a good chance we'll finish it on probably not Thursday, depending on how much time we spend playing the game. Probably just do a little bit of touch up on it. But then Saturday, yeah, I think we're gonna be at a good spot to see it done. So let's turn this off. Turn that off, and let's just spend a little bit of time working on the clouds. Sorry, 1 second. Excuse me. Alrighty. Yeah, just try to come in and work up a little bit more, right? Let's see, maybe use this for some eraser. And sort of soften it on the back end here. You're doing very interesting things, and I'm not sure why you're doing it, but I'm gonna try this and see if this makes it behave a little bit nicer. A little bit. I was trying to get it to be not quite so stark, so to speak. A little, a little bit more blending of the color, and less like all in. I'm getting a little bit micro detailed at the moment, but it's mostly just because I'm trying to figure out why it's behaving the way that it is. There we go. Alright, that's a little nice. That's a little better. So yeah, I think we'll have one more. I say one, it depends a lot on like how long it takes, but you know, we've got the Pride Month drawing that will kick off in June. And we should have time to do a drawing between this and that. That's sort of the aim. And then somewhere in there is going to be the debut. But like I said, at the rate things are progressing, that's probably not going to be until July. I'm hoping for July. We shall have to see. You know, the Coco drawing, I kind of just decided to go with some nice photos that I had taken and just sort of bash them into a drawing because I felt like that was going to get a nicer end result than what I was attempting to paint. But I don't know. This one I want to give it another shot. It's like I know I can do decent cloud work. I just need to find the right feel, you know? I think we're getting there with this one. I think this is starting to hit the right tone, the right mood. I mean, you know, still a few areas where the cloud layering is quite distinct, but I think a lot of it, you know, sort of blending softly back and forth gives the right vibe. The train agrees. All right. So yeah, still some more to go. Still some cleanup to do. But I think it's come along a really long way. Yeah, we sort of blocked out a few of the ideas to touch upon. So, might get a little bit done on Thursday, right? Defense Con is going to be the main thing. We're going to run around, we're going to check out the ships, we're going to hope the game behaves well. Always kind of up in the air. But we'll see. And then, yeah, depending on sort of how that goes and how much time we have, we will jump back and work on this. But I think that's where we're going to go ahead and wrap it up for tonight. Chat. I know I say this a lot, but before I started the stream, like I was stressed to the point of feeling unwell. Like I was sort of in that mindset of I don't know if I'm physically in a condition that I can do the stream. You know, I wanted to, but I was like, I'm just sitting here and I'm like, I'm feeling achy. I've got a headache. I'm not good, Chooms. But I feel so much better. Just getting to spend time with you, draw and chat about things, just take my mind off of it. Just, I feel so much better. So, thank you guys. Thank you for making the streams possible. Thank you for being here. Thank you for helping me through what has been a very tough week so far. But hopefully, we'll start to be on the way up. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. Everyone say good night to the VOD squad, and we're gonna go find somebody that we can raid. There you are. Bye,